Good morning, everybody. May we arise to thank the Lord for the day. Almighty Father, we thank you for this morning, for giving us another day to experience our life and the life of our friends who we met today. We thank you for this morning that you've given us the strength to come and share our knowledge and to safeguard the environment and also to support our people in the petroleum. Lord, I thank you for all the facilities who are what strength give us knowledge, achieve our vision. Name of who lives and reigns forever and ever.
Thank you. Let's remain upstanding so that we start of the national anthem in Kiswahili. Mungu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you. We may take our seats. Once again, good morning. Good morning once again. Let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank you all for taking time off your busy schedules to come and be with us here today. Please feel welcome and appreciated. My name is Mwende. I work at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and I'll be moderating this first session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask that we have a round of introductions so that we know who is in the room, and the protocol team will help me to move the microphone around. Once you say your name, please tell us which organization you are representing so that we are able to know what kind of mix we have in the room. Let's start from this side.
My name is Humphrey Lumadede. I work as a research scientist, Kiridi, Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute.
David Otuoma, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. We normally advise government on issues science and technology. Thank you.
Good morning, Susan Gashari from Total Energies.
Good morning, I'm Tom Anyona from Total Energies.
Good morning, Susan Washuka from National Oil.
Good morning, Damaklin Kwamboka, Texas Energy.
Good morning, Beverly Mukaya from Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya.
Good morning, Martin Chom, POAC, Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya.
Good morning, I'm Dominic Mutinda from Angape Investment. I'm the chairman.
Good morning, Hilary Sawe, Hared Energy Limited.
I'm Salim from Kenya Post Authority.
Good morning, Stanley Manduko, Kenya Pipeline Company.
Good morning, Frederick Ogano, Kenya Pipeline Company.
Yes, I'm Kerry Nyaranga, a consultant.
Good morning, my name's Peter Nation Wambula from Universal Technology and Associates Limited.
Good morning, my name is Stephen Omo, I'm a member of the public.
Morning, Margaret Posibori, Kenco Petroleum.
Good morning, everyone. Maurice Onyango, Talos Energy.
Good morning, James Egoti, representing Pent Media.
Good morning, the name is John Snow from Labor Springs Special Company.
Good morning, Rachel Mulunje, Supplyco.
Good morning, Beatrice Buru from E3 Energy.
Good morning, Muguria Irene, GP Global Kenya Limited.
Good morning, Elizabeth Kagiri, GP Global.
Good morning, Duncan Ngugi from Kenyatta University Energy and Technology Department.
I'm Ben Gupta from KU Energy. Good morning, I'm Ben Gupta from KU doing Energy final year. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I'm George Mungao Okonji from the Civil Society. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Esther Maina. I work with EPRA.
Good morning, my name is Diku Anambisi, after Petroleum.
Good morning, I'm Steve Mashari from Ghana.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Mutiga from Rubis Energy Kenya.
Good morning, Brian Okwel, Viva Energy Kenya.
Morning everyone, I'm Robert Mahenia. I'm working for Nigerian Petroleum Regulatory Authority.
Good morning, my name is Jen Mwawasi, also from EPRA.
Good morning, my name is Ezra Terrell from.
Good morning, I'm Engineer Kinyo from EPRA.
Good morning, David Kariuki, also from EPRA.
Good morning, my name is Stella Nyayemi from EPRA.
I'm from EPRA. Geoffrey Ngaro, Waterco Pro Society.
Caroline Mwaniki from USAND Kenya.
Clive Ayuko, the Western African Media. Good morning, my name is Okoth Okoth from the Civil Society Reference Group.
We are Kari Sector.
Hi everyone, I'm Jim Wanjohi, an environmental Sasha.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Nyoike, consultant.
Good morning, I'm Melin Model from EPRA.
Good morning, I'm Kennedy Okumu from Talos Energy.
Good morning, I'm Kanyakera Jacob, SP KU Students Chapter.
Good morning, I'm Sheldon Kibet, SP KU Student Chapter.
Dan Hogaditu from Metro Riders.
Good morning, my name is David Yoroge from Metro Riders Association.
Good morning, my name is Rotina Mwereza from Kenya News Agency.
Good morning, Financial Fortune.
Also, Rubis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Adam from Public Health.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mailu from Independent Petroleum.
Good morning, I'm Okanga Anjiche from Hosmag Society.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Edgar Nyandong from Apex Port and Novelli.
Good morning, my name is Ambrose, environmental researcher.
Thank you very much for that round. I think at this point we get straight into it. I've had a mix in the audience. There are researchers, there's a civil society, there are oil marketers, and there are people from various backgrounds in the economy. So thank you very much once again for coming to join this public participation. And I know we already know why we are here, because the message has been spread wide. We are here to discuss about, to get your views rather, about these two regulations that EPRA in consultation with the industry has generated. And these two regulations allow me to read them because they are quite a mouthful. The first one is the draft petroleum quota allocation for the importation of petroleum products, regulation 2022. And basically, this regulation at the end of the day is ensured towards ensuring that we have security of supply during times of uncertainties, and also towards stabilization of petroleum pump prices. The second regulation today is the construction, operation, and decommissioning of jetties. And as the name suggests, this one is to allow for the construction, operation, and decommissioning of the jetties infrastructure. So once again, this is a public hearing because the regulations have been developed for use by all of us, and we expect to get your feedback so that when we go on now in the process of regulation making, because this process is quite long, then the views of the people who are gathered here, who these regulations have been made for, then have been taken into consideration. We are live on EPRA's Facebook page, EPRA Kenya, on Zoom and YouTube at Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And the reason why we've done that is to reach as many members of the public as possible, so that, again, like I said earlier, as we go on in the regulation making process of these two regulations, then we are able to get as many views as possible. Allow me to say thanks and to appreciate members of the press who are here, because it's public duty for us, to help with the views gathering stage at this point. So members of the press, thank you very much for heeding to our call. And at this point, I would wish to call upon Engineer Kenya, who is representing the Director General, to open the workshop so that we can get going. Engineer Kenya, karibu.
Thank you, Margaret, and good morning all present. I'll be reading a speech here on behalf of my Director General, who could not make it today. He's away on duty, so that we can open this workshop and start our deliberations. So industry stakeholders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this public participation workshop. I would like to register my gratitude to you for taking the time to offer your thoughts on the development of these crucial regulations. Your willing engagement today exemplifies a strong commitment to the progress and betterment of the petroleum sector. Your partnership is heartily recognized and appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which we call EPRA, is mandated under the Energy Act 2019 to regulate the importation, refining, exportation, transportation, storage, and sale of petroleum products. This regulatory responsibility is anchored on the development of a regulatory framework from which implementation shall be pegged on. In light of this, EPRA develops regulations which seek to guide the handling of petroleum products through the value chain. The purpose of this workshop today is to engage you, the stakeholders, on the contents and suitability of the draft regulations, our industry needs, and sustainability of the same. As we all know, the petroleum sector is paramount to any economy and power of our nation towards its objectives. It is also common knowledge that the petroleum sector is based on relatively complex systems of intricate operations that depend on a variety of players. Entities in different stages of the value chain are often dependent on each other to meet their objectives, creating an essential need for close collaboration among stakeholders. It is for this reason that we host this workshop today, to actualize this collaboration in the petroleum sector and include all stakeholders in the processes. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we will discuss two regulations. The first one is called the Draft Petroleum Jetties Regulations 2022 and the Draft Petroleum Importation Quota Allocation Regulations 2022. The two regulations target the petroleum subsector to streamline the operations and safety of petroleum marine jetties in the country and operational security of supply, respectively. Further, it was necessary to amend Legal Notice number 96 of 2010 so as to comply with the provisions of the Petroleum Act and also the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013. These regulations were published in the Kenya Gazette on 25th of February 2022 for public comments, which is in line with our Constitution and also in line with the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013. The draft regulations address issues that will affect the process of satisfying the gross demand of the National Oil Corporation of Kenya, which we call NOC, as well as the independent petroleum dealers. Importation in particular is a major avenue through which we access petroleum products. The use of marine jetties facilitates the efficient delivery of oil in cargo from vessels onto the land. The Draft Petroleum Jetties Regulations 2022 reinforces operational standards through which the oil marketing companies, a designated marine jetty operator, and EPRA will seamlessly achieve their respective objectives. Through these regulations, the marine jetties are under the supervision of a designated marine jetty operator. If the marine jetty serves multiple users, the users will nominate a designated marine jetty operator as per their handling and discharge agreement. This provides responsibility for the operations and maintenance of pipelines and associated infrastructure, discharge of marine tankers, and carrying out regular safety checks. The relationship between the user of the marine jetty and the designated marine operator will be based on the handling and discharge agreement. The user is obligated to comply with the handling and discharge agreement and ensure the validity of licenses required under the Petroleum Act and any other written law. The tariffs shall be strictly applied in accordance with what EPRA has approved, including any billing of the users by the designated operator for the marine terminal logistics services. Ladies and gentlemen, the Draft Petroleum Importation Quota Allocation Regulations 2022 aims to establish a percentage of the import requirement which will be imported by the National Oil Corporation of Kenya. Earlier this year, our country faced an intermittent fuel shortage that spanned various parts of the country. Through the petroleum quota allocation, we seek to ensure operational security of supply and ensure price stabilization in an unregulated regime. I'm sure we all witnessed the robust discussion about this issue. With this in mind, we must review these draft regulations to minimize recurrence of such incidences. The priority to purchase petroleum products from the quota holder is also clearly stipulated in those regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, after this stakeholder engagement, we will develop a draft final copy for on-one forwarding to the Cabinet Secretary for approval. However, this will being a delegated legislation making process, it will be subject to further scrutiny by the relevant committee of the National Assembly and Parliament as a whole. Therefore, EPRA will ensure that the final draft is as objective and as representative of your views as possible. So as I conclude, I would like to welcome your participation in the development of these regulations. Your comments and expertise are highly needed in this collaborative process. I am confident that this workshop will help prepare the regulations for adoption, after which we will have achieved a better environment for the growth of the petroleum subsector. I wish you fruitful discussions during this workshop, and for that I declare the workshop opened. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward, for those remarks. At this point, I think we go straight into the program, and I would wish to make a small proposal of change there in the program. After this, we are going to have Ezra Terrer leading the session on the draft petroleum importation quota allocation regulations 2022. Then we will have a health break, and then thereafter we'll come back for the jetties regulation. And then instead of having discussion of comments, because I believe comments are going to be received after the plenary session, we are going to have the plenary session, then presentation of the comments thereafter, if that is agreeable with all of us. Thank you. So at this point, I want to ask Ezra Terrer to come forward to take us through that first presentation. And then after Ezra is done, then the second session will be chaired by David Kariuki, which is the plenary sessions. So thank you. Ezra, you're welcome.
Okay, good morning. Just give me some few minutes, I try and set up, then we can start. Okay, just as it has been introduced to you, is that the first regulation, which is the importation quota allocation regulation, is to facilitate our national oil of Kenya to be able to serve the mandate for which it was established, which is to ensure security of supply, that is operational security of supply, as well as enforce price regulation and stability. So this is not really a new regulation per se. There is a regulation which was gazetted in 2010, legal notice number 96, which had also initially given NOC 30% quota allocation, but for some reason it was never enforced. But given the recent occurrence, then it is necessary that it be revived and NOC take up the rightful mandate. So I believe that all of you have read this regulation. It was widely publicized and circulated. So I will not dwell on the details, but I will just focus on highlights. This regulation is divided into sections. The first one is trying to define critical and important terms. So I'll go to one which is defining the import requirements, which means the quantities refined of refined petroleum products imported for consumption in any given calendar year under the open tender system. Then we have the independent petroleum retail stations, which means petroleum retail stations that are not affiliated to an oil marketing company through a franchise. And then the other definition is petroleum products quota allocation, which means the percentage of import requirements allocated to National Oil Corporation of Kenya as established under Regulation 3 of these regulations. And then the last definition will be the quota holder, means a licensed entity who has been allocated petroleum products import quota. So the first provision is on petroleum products quota allocation. This one emphasizes that a percentage has been established to be given to the quota holder, which is for the time being National Oil Corporation of Kenya. There's a reference to the first schedule, which basically lists the products under which will be under the quota allocation. A small departure, and which is important to note out to the stakeholders, is that we are adding one product, which is the liquefied petroleum gas. The other three, which is super automotive gas oil and dual purpose kerosene, were there in the old regulations. Then the purpose for this regulation, or rather the quota allocation, will be to ensure security of supply in terms of uncertainties, price stabilization in an unregulated price regime, and to be able to help NOC also build strategic stock requirement as and when it will be established. Then, of course, the quota allocation will be subject to the normal requirements under the open tender system. And it is important that in so doing, in giving a quota allocation to NOC, we don't also interfere with our security of supply. So there will be an obligation for NOC to ensure they meet the requirements under this regulation. And then we have given a provision where this quota can be reallocated because of operational challenges. Sometimes the quota holder may not be able to meet the obligation, so the quota can be reallocated to any other willing party, provided that the information is provided in time. And that role has been reserved for the Cabinet Secretary. Remember that this regulation will be signed by the Cabinet Secretary for in charge of petroleum at that time. So as and when the quota holder is unable to meet, it can be reallocated. And this will be done through the OTS, because tenders not meet years, that can be forfeited to the OTS until such a time that the quota holder is able to take up their role. The other provision is on priority to purchase petroleum products. Really for this is to give a franchised station an opportunity to start through representation at the open tender system. So we have probably some big non-franchised retail stations maybe certain volumes for every given period. Are not related to any major importer through a franchise agreement. But the caveat is that through the operational arrangements that will be done or set out by the quota holder, then they can have a contractual relationship to ensure that there is no default. Now, for this to work, then National Oil must be given a capacity allocation. And this is basically what we call allege. So KPC will be under obligation to provide an equivalent of 30% of its storage capacity for the purpose of petroleum products quota allocation. But this also is subject to the transport storage agreement that has been set out by KPC. So the first schedule, which is listed there, are those 4 products, and I said that LPG is an addition to this. So we believe that you'll have valuable comments to give to this, to help us basically improve on these regulations. Given the time, maybe I'll get guidance from on whether we should take questions or we proceed to the next regulation.
So, good morning, everyone. I think from the table that we have on our tables, it is indicated that we will have a presentation of this regulation and then break briefly. And then after that break, we will then come and listen to the next regulation, after which we will then listen or give ourselves an opportunity to comment on the 2 regulations. I think it is appropriate that we wait for a period when we have presented both regulations and you have an opportunity to, especially after we have gone for the tea break, to relook at what has been presented so that you can give us your comments at the appropriate time. So I think we will not embark on questions at this stage. We will first of all go for a tea break, then come again and listen to the next regulation, and then we will combine the 2 regulations in terms of comments, and therefore break now. You should be able to have an opportunity to think what has been regulations are, and therefore still an opportunity for those who have not internalized what has been presented to go through them and think about what you may want as additional comments at the time when that opportunity will be given to you. So in other words, what I'm saying is that we will not make our comments at this stage. We will wait until we have had a presentation for both regulations. Okay? So I think it does on the issue of the tea, and then we'll come again and listen to the next regulation. Immaculate.
Thank you. Tea is served outside, just outside where we are, outside the room where we are. We're going to take, it's now presentation.
We would like to restart our program again. I think we had agreed that we restart at 10:15, and it is now just about that time. So I hope you are now again reinvigorated for the next session. We had agreed we will request the presenter of the regulations to do the second one, so that when we get to the plenary discussions, we can be able to discuss both regulations together. Accordingly, I want to invite my colleague Ezra Terer to come and provide us or give us the highlights of the next regulation, after which then we can have adequate time to discuss the two regulations together. So without any further ado, Ezra, maybe you can come and take over.
Okay, before I take you through the next regulation, I think I want to make a few clarifications. I've received some comments from stakeholders. There are some we met before this public stakeholder consultation, and they were worried that we did not take on board their comments. I think what we'd like to assure you is that any comment we received, whether by phone, email, or through structured engagement, they are well documented, and they will be considered when we'll be developing the final. So this forum basically is to get the final comments from members of the public whom we did not have an opportunity to meet. Introducing this regulation is that this is a fairly new one. We have not had one on jetties, but over time, through experience in regulation, we found that there is a gap. Whereas we have very stringent regulations touching on storage facilities, pipelines, retail stations, and the like, we realized that jetties are largely left to the operations of each individual company, which sometimes may not be serving the interest of the country per se. For example, through our various audits, we have carried about 5 audits or so on jetties. We realized that some jetties are actually neglected to an extent that it becomes a danger to the marine environment. So these regulations will basically try to enforce safety and proper operations of jetties in the country. Now, we have many jetties. If I can count, roughly 5, and the newest being the new KOT. So all this will be covered by these regulations, whether private, whether public, whether common user, all of them will be covered by these regulations. This, of course, includes even the Kisumu oil jetty, which is meant to serve our partners in the EAC region. The other comment is that as established by other laws, which are also in force, KPA will still retain their rightful duty, which is basically to own all harbors and operate the same. So they advised us that they're still responsible for all subsurface structure, but the surface structures, which is pipelines, loading arms, that will depend on jetty to jetty. Of course, the new one which they constructed, the new KOT, they constructed everything, both the structures and the other associated equipment on the surface. But that is, of course, subject to their own contractual engagement with the KPC. So I will present these regulations which were gazetted as they are. We have not changed or included any other comment that we had prior to this. This will come at a later stage. So having discussed the introduction, then I will go item by item to try and explain what this regulation is all about. The first one is on definitions, and I'll focus on key definitions. The first definition I'd like to point out is authorized person, which means a person who is competent to carry out duties connected with marine, petroleum jetty, or a person who is authorized by or on behalf of such a person to carry out these duties. Marine operations are usually highly specialized. They are also internationally regulated. Some of the treaties Kenya is a signatory to. So these authorized persons will have to be competent in the context of whatever regulation is applicable. The other one is competent person, means an authorizing entity or individual possessing adequate knowledge, training, and ability to perform his duties or work in such a manner as to prevent, so far as is practically possible, risk of injury. The other definition which is important, and we'll discuss more of it in subsequent provisions, is a designated marine jetty operator, which means an entity who uses the marine jetty and is responsible for the management of the jetty operations and maintenance of the surface equipment. The Harbour Authority, of course, means the state agency responsible for the management of harbors in Kenya, and for the time being is the Kenya Ports Authority. Of course, just to clarify, we got a better definition from KPA themselves, and we'll amend when the time comes. The Harbour Master is an official responsible for enforcing the regulations of a particular harbour or port in order to ensure safety of navigation, the security of the harbour, and correct operation of port facilities. Then we have handling and discharge agreement. Is a contract setting the requirements for the use of jetty as well as tariffs and relationship between the DJMO that you have looked up there and the users. And the marine petroleum jetty means jetty, dock, pier, quay, wharf, or offshore terminal for loading or unloading petroleum. A restricted area means a region contiguous to a petroleum ship berthed for the purpose of loading or unloading operations, and which is provided to facilitate adequate control of the marine petroleum jetty. Some of these areas usually are accessible for, to people outside the country, so it may be important to restrict it to ensure that there is no illegal activity like movement of goods into the country without the proper checks, or movement of persons into the country without checks. That is why we have that definition. Then the second last, which is unscheduled vessel, means a vessel that has not been nominated for product discharge loading at the shore petroleum terminal. The last one is a user means a company that has signed a transportation storage agreement with Kenya Pipeline or otherwise has a license to import petroleum into Kenya. So these regulations will apply to every petroleum ship which is in harbor for the purpose of or connection with the carrying out of loading or unloading operations. And of course, which is either moored for either to carry out any such petroleum operations. We recognize that there are other laws governing this activity. We have, of course, those governing the setup of KPA. There is the Merchant Shipping Act, which we have been informed that is also due for amendment. We have MCA, we have OSHA, and any other international treaty that the country has entered into with international organizations or any other country. One of the treaties, of course, is like the one of IMO. There are many under IMO. There are many treaties which has been signed under IMO requirements. So we have responsibilities. KPA has a responsibility, but of course this is well stipulated in the Act, and we have received comments on the same. There are also responsibilities for the designated marine jetty operator, which is to own, operate, and maintain the petroleum operating loading arms, pipelines, and associated infrastructure. And they are also responsible for the general coordination, maintenance of the equipment, basically all operations in the jetty. So we are recognizing a very specific entity, which is the designated marine jetty operator. Right now, there are entities which are carrying out these duties, though they are not recognized as such. If you look at the KOT as is, the DMJO is actually the KPC that we know. If you look at SOT, there is an appointed importing company which is acting on behalf of the rest. If you look at the private LPG facility, that is a goal, of course they are the DMJO. So we are basically not reinventing the wheel, we are just ensuring that there's clarity on issues. Of course, where there are more than one users, then it is required that the users will have their own agreement on how one person will be designated as such and be able to carry out the operation as stipulated in this regulation. So generally, they will have all operational duties, maintenance, and of course, this requires money. So the handling and storage agreement will stipulate how the DMJO will be financed to carry out these duties. But when it comes to, of course, to licensing, they'll have a one-to-one relationship with the regulator, which is EPRA. So it will be their duty to ensure they implement these regulations to the latter. So coming to access to marine jetty, we expect that other users who are not DMJO shall be able to access through or as provided by the handling and discharge agreement. We are also saying that for constrained facilities, then we shall have priority given to open tender system cargoes. Again, any agreement will have to be reviewed by the authority to ensure that there is fairness. There are no clauses that seeks to lock out other users who have potential of accessing it. We have a provision there, but I think we'll change it. We've received comments regarding to the same. But as I said, I'm just reading what we gazetted. So we have issues on title and risk of petroleum. So subject to the DMJ's right of lien under this regulation, the ownership of petroleum imported through a marine petroleum jetty and terminal shall at all times be vested with the importing companies. But this was just to ensure that if there's some cost incurred in trying to handle a ship and the user or the person who is supposed to provide that financing fails to do so, then the DMJO shall have a recourse on how to recover his costs. So the DMJO has some obligations, which is largely to maintain the facility, to ensure it is compliant to environmental laws, health and safety laws as well, to ensure that they provide facilities for reception of backloading of petroleum that have capacity and scope to meet in a cost-effective manner that meets the needs and requirements of the petroleum business licensees, and of course to operate and maintain the jetty as required by the Petroleum Act, to keep records, very important, because some of these records are usually referred to in later years after the ship has long sailed. Since, of course, he's handling also financial matters, he's supposed to prepare budget for annual operations and maintenance of the petroleum jetty. I think I must mention that out of our audit, we discovered that the users are usually not empowered to undertake very necessary maintenance activities. Like I remember in basically all the jetties that we visited, KOT, SOT, and even Baraki, where you are required to have a containment for small spills, they were actually spilling to the marine environment, which was a worrying situation for us. But of course, when you go to the person responsible, they will talk about issues of being able to be financed and all that, which when a spill occurs, that is not a discussion that you'll want to get into. So they also supervise works. This is just part of operations, the interconnection. When a ship comes, it will be connected, disconnected, and all that. So there's also housekeeping. I remember one of the jetty was heavily overgrown with vegetation, which was causing a risk. They're also to ensure that any party they're dealing with have valid import and export licenses from the authority, and the authority will share a list of valid licenses with them. There are times when we have private depots or any other entities that will want to interconnect to the pipelines on the jetty, then it will be a responsibility of the DMJO to coordinate this to ensure that it is technically feasible and the interconnection has been done in a safe manner. Only that whoever is interconnecting, of course, will bear their own costs. And of course, tariff, which is important, is that once a tariff is set by EPRA, then it is a responsibility to have this shared with the users This is part of for transparency and to ensure that there are no hidden costs. And of course, just financial prudence to issue invoices when a service is offered and to ensure that money is paid. Then we have obligations of jetty users, which is basically to comply with handling and discharge agreement and ensure validity of licenses so that you don't put the DMJO in an awkward situation that he has to deny you service because your license is expired. Then there's an issue on tariffs. So where a tariff is set, then it will have to be approved by the authority to ensure that only prudent costs have been factored in, and also to ensure that the users are not overcharged. And again, on very rare occasions, of course, you have unrealistic tariffs that cannot be able to help you meet your obligations of maintaining the jetty in a proper manner. These are the things that EPRA may point out to when we are reviewing the tariff. So any billing will be based on only approved tariffs. Then there's an obligation for the DMJO to provide information and statistics to the authority in compliance with the Petroleum Act. And also we have regulations touching on the same. There is health and safety requirements. It shall be the duty of DMJO to ensure that at all times health safety and environmental standards required by the authority are actually implemented. To ensure that they put in an oil spill response plan, to ensure that the personnel accessing the jetty area have safety equipment that is required, and of course to enforce all safety measures at the jetty. There is a requirement to have a vetting criteria. I know this one has been contested, but as I said, I read it as is, which will change after consideration of comments. Of course, the person who vets vessel before it accesses our marine waters is KPA, and maybe to some extent KMA. But of course, there's some small vetting that can be done by the jetty operator, which may have escaped KPA and KMA. But again, this will be agreed on by the users. We are not going to dictate that, but we'll just check what the users have agreed, and then for us it's just to approve the same. So they'll use that vetting criteria to determine whether that ship is suitable for loading, for unloading or loading. I'll just give a small example. For example, a ship may have declared to KPA that they have an international firewater connecting flange, but when it docks, the DMJO realizes that that is not the case. If in case there is a fire, they're not able to connect to a marine or rather a shore terminal for assistance, and vice versa. So that is at that point, then the DMJO can deny service until that is corrected. And again, during operations, some things keep changing. For example, on entry, maybe they had a working equipment, but during operations, something fails and it is critical. Then at that point, then the DMJO will be able to say that I'm not able to continue with the discharge operations. And of course, there's an offense related to that provision. The other one is on security, and I think I alluded to it earlier, is that the DMJO will have responsibility for ensuring strategic security standards required by the authority are implemented. And I refer to these to issues of smuggling of goods, persons through the jetty. And of course, that area again is a strategic infrastructure, like the new KOT, and of course the old one, and even the private ones like SOT, AGOL, and the like. They're strategic infrastructure, so if an incident happens there, it can impact on our security of supply as a country. Of course, they'll do, if they need assistance from the Kenya Police, they may have to seek that assistance through the handling and discharge agreement that they will have with the users. Then again, line fill, some lines require to be packed to ensure that there is no loss to the shore terminal. So it is important that we have responsibility as to ownership of line fill. Otherwise, you can have one party emptying the line, then the subsequent user will come and have to fill that void, which becomes a loss to that person. So there are provisions on how it will be shared. In this case, we are trying to minimize mismatch between book records and the physical one. So we are proposing to share it pro rata. If you are 3 users on onset, then you share it in 3 parts. If a 4th one comes, you reduce the share of the 3 and allow the 4th one to bring his own. But again, if the HDA will require otherwise, then they'll advise for as long as line fill is maintained. Of course, there are some lines which require to be left empty for good reasons, for quality purpose, like I think lubricant lines, specialty fuels like F-gas. So in that case, then the last user will be responsible for purging and also emptying the line. Then, of course, DMJO shall be required to audit to ensure that that line fill that we're talking about is always present. Not that when it is required, we find there's a void. On scheduling, this may change based on comments we have received. But as written here is that the regulation recognizes that there shall be a vessel scheduling committee will be represented, or the entities represented will be KPA, KRA, KPC, users, DMJOs, and supply coordination committee. And the function will basically to provide berthing priority for vessels which have been awarded tenders under OTS, provide updated date ranges for the arrival of the vessels, and notify DMJO of any changes in the vessel schedules. Just as a clarification, this one is not replacing the VSM that is there in place. It's just recognizing that it exists. So it's not replacing. So ideally, this is what they will normally do on a daily basis or periodically. Only what you're saying is that the DMJO will have a more prominent role because he's now responsible for the jetties. Of course, when there are changes, then DMJO will be advised and will also advise the users as well. So I think that is in relation to DMJO. There could be delays related to arrival of vessels. These are just operational matters that DMJO now will have responsibility over. Now there's a issue of demurrage. Again, we have received very valuable comments on the same. It's quite a long one, but the long and short of it is that we wanted to ensure that operational or rather avoidable causes of demurrage is able to be eliminated during operations. At the moment, EPRA has very little visibility of those small operational challenges that come and then which cause damage. And unfortunately, again, damage is undesirable costs that will be passed to the consumers, which we want to eliminate. So we have put some, or rather proposed some roles there, or rules to cater for this, but will change with time to ensure that it is practical and it is acceptable by our stakeholders. So there are times when a vessel will arrive outside its date range, that when we are taking care of it, where schedule also arrive within its date range, but sometimes it takes longer to discharge. Some of it is because it is caused by the shore terminal operator. And then there are issues where sometimes contamination can occur, which results in more damage. So all we are trying to do here is to allocate responsibilities for damage where the incident can be clearly identified. So in the last one, we are saying damage arising from the circumstances defined in sub-regulations 15, 2, 4, 5, and 6 shall not be eligible as prudently incurred costs to be borne by consumers in the price-regulated regime. Then we have issues on product quality. So the responsibility for product quality is basically the shore terminal or the users, depending on the circumstance. Then, as required by the law, is that any agreement must have a complaints and disputes resolution mechanism. This is to ensure efficiency in trying to resolve matters before they're escalated to EPRA, and of course further to the tribunal, where EPRA, or rather the person is not satisfied with EPRA's decision. So where a person is aggrieved, then they'll be encouraged to resolve them under HDA. So the HDA will have a clause on complaints and dispute resolution. Where it is not resolved, then that may be lodged with the authority for determination. And then, of course, once lodged to the authority, then this one becomes a matter that should be resolved efficiently and transparently. So we have put a provision that it must be done in the manner that has been prescribed by the authority. And then, of course, the authority will have the leeway to investigate. Sometimes it may require witnesses to appear before it to try and give clarity to the issues at hand. So this is basically like a small hearing of some sort, for those who are familiar with the court procedures, though it is not strictly following the court process. We are trying to ensure that they do not escalate to a matter that that will go to the courts. We've given ourselves 7 days. It could be less, but some cases may be a bit complex, may require review of very many or large pieces of information, which may take time to decipher and understand. So, and also it may require experts to be called upon to give advice to the authority. But again, we'll try and endeavor to ensure it is resolved within the shortest time possible. Of course, there's a leeway, and this is provided for also in the Act. If you're not satisfied with the authority's decision at that time, then you can escalate it to the tribunal within 30 days. Reason being, you don't want somebody to appear after 1 year and say the decision that was made by the authority was not suitable for us. At that point, a lot of things may have changed, a lot of facts may be lost to the parties concerned. So there are penalties which have been prescribed there. So the one The first one is failure to institute proper environmental health and safety measures will be 10 million. Then there's general penalty for non-compliance with the regulations, which is 5 million. So thank you. I think that is the end of presentation of the two regulations. So.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you appreciate that Ezra has done a good job in presenting to us the highlights relating to those two regulations. And the purpose for which we called you here is because we want to improve on the regulations. We want to fix what you think is not going to work in these two regulations. We basically want to make it a regulation that works for the stakeholders, or to make the regulations work for the stakeholders. As you are aware, we have had challenges this year relating to importation of products that have prompted us to start thinking that we need to start fixing some of the issues that are not working well across the petroleum value chain. And one such issue is that there has been shortages arising from the fact that the value chain has not worked as well as it would have wanted. And therefore, part of the reason, for example, on the regulation relating to the quota allocation is intended to partly address some of those problems. I think you have noted that the quota allocation regulation largely focuses on the issue of security of supply. Of course, we would want to also utilize this regulation to address the problem on pricing in an environment where there are no regulated prices. So it is not going to be working in an environment where the prices are regulated, but we believe that a time will come when the market will be in a position to do better resource allocation and better pricing in itself, because governments intervene only in situations where the market is not working perfectly. So a time will come when the forces of demand and supply will have to be applied in determination of prices, even for the products that are currently regulated. And that is a time when a regulation of this nature would come in handy, so that it is able to allow the government to intervene even in the price allocation mechanism where failures or weaknesses are detected. So we want therefore to give you an opportunity to present to us your submissions and your representations and your views with regard to these two regulations. So we are going to start with the regulation, with the draft petroleum import quota allocation regulation 2022. So feel free to provide us with whatever views you feel would improve, would make the regulation work better for us in dealing with some of those problems that have been highlighted I think, very well or articulated very well by Ezra and contained in the draft regulations that are before you on the table. We are going to start with that first regulation, and to make ourselves a bit orderly, what we are going to do is that we will we'll be taking 2 questions per row. 2 questions per row. So that, and then we will allow the respondents, because we have all the experts with us here, to respond to those issues. Where there are improvements that you wish to see, and if you have written submissions, at the end of the process we will provide you with where you can send the written submissions. Because like Ezra has highlighted or has pointed out, we may even have received previous submissions, and those have not been incorporated in the draft before you. They are not lost at all. They will be incorporated together with what we are now receiving and what we will continue receiving until such a time when we are convinced that we have taken on board all the comments and interests that revolve or that come from the various stakeholders. On that note, therefore, I want to give us an opportunity to make our representations, and I will start with my left-hand side. Who I'll be taking 2 comments, 2 comments here, 2 comments here, 2 comments here. So let me start with my left. So who goes first on the regulations? When you want to go, please tell us your name and your institution so that we can be able to properly record your submission. So the gentleman, yes, will go first. Let me first of all select so that we can get the second person. Who else? From this side? This side? Okay. Let's first get what our colleague is presenting.
My name is Joseph Karanja, and I'm the chair of Kenya Independent Petroleum Distributors Association. I want to maybe just comment as I ask on item number 6, which is reading priority to purchase petroleum products from the quota holder shall be given to retail stations operated or franchised by the quota holder and operators of independent petroleum retail stations. That one, now from what we observe from the ground, because that is where we are, really creates a big problem, because whenever the quota holders, if I can call them like that, are faced with their own challenges, then for us independents, we are left without enjoying that priority, and that is one of the reasons that we don't access the products. Now, the other part is about the same number. There is point number 2, provided the independent petroleum stations, station operators in sub-regulation 1 make a commitment to uplift the petroleum products. Now, this one again is a big problem, and even in other forums that we have had with the authority, you find that commitment to that volume is challenged by other factors behind the scenes, because the quota holder has the product and maybe because of his own, okay, maybe he's being challenged by time, finances, and they want to evacuate their products, they will always, play with the figures, such that even if I was committed to a certain, quota holder, and then somebody else is offering a better price, then our people, being independent the way they are, they will always go to the other, to the cheaper product. Now, abandoning this other one. I think the regulator is should look for a way of enhancing this kind of commitment, such that once our people who are very free to move from one quota holder to the other quota OMCs, let me call them OMCs, they are not, they will have to, how to contain us in that commitment. Otherwise, we are just so free, such that sometimes at the front there, I'll say we want to take 20 million liters, but then when Total or Vivo want to finish their products, they will lower their prices, and then our people will just leave us with this product and go to take that other one. I am left with all this burden of products which I don't have anywhere to. I think we should have some way of approaching this. In essence, what I'm saying, when we were having some meetings across the country, because we had to talk about it, we thought that we should have a way of keeping our people together with the help of the government, such that they are not, that radical to move wherever they want, because that one again creates an internal problem as well as problems. There is something that we also observed, if I may comment on it, about the licensing. There is this level of wholesale. If you check on the import license, you'll find also wholesale is there. Then if you go to the distribution license, you still find wholesale. Now, you wonder who is the actual wholesaler. Is it the shipper who now will wholesale to the distributor, or is it the distributor who will then sell to the retailer? Now, I don't know where, how the government places that, because now one wholesaler is a retail to the other. Yeah, maybe if it is understood, I'm good.
Yeah, you are well understood. You are well understood. Those are very weighty issues, which I think we will have an opportunity to deliberate on from KPDA. Do we have another comment from this side? If not, let me come to the middle row. Middle row, we have a gentleman there. So you go first. Another person? Yeah. All right. So this gentleman will go second.
Thank you very much. My name is John Zondigo. I work with VTTI. I think it's quite explicit in the this draft regulation that it's part of the purposes is for price stabilization in an unregulated pricing regime, as you reiterated. We are not in a price regulated environment. Are we going to see that are we going to see us being deregulated anytime soon? We are putting a regulation that targets that environment where we are not. In your clarification, we did indicate that it only gets into effect when we have a deregulated environment, but we're not there. So could we have that clear in terms of understanding? Second point, and this builds up to the first point made by the representative from the independent retailers. Indeed, with a little bit of hindsight from what has happened in the past, as just part of good industry practice, we did have an effort at some point to accommodate all the independents to have a joint import process to participate in the OTS. And it's fair to say that it was a total flop, and indeed put the entity that was nominated to handle this in very severe risk. It took quite a while for them to get back to normal operations. We are using this, or we actually put it in the regulation that we would like to use the quota holder, the proposed quota holder, to support that segment. How different will it work from what failed in the past? We have a little bit of history on this. Have we learned from what did not work then? And as you put it quite clearly, these are commercial decisions they make. They will not be forced to buy from the quota holder when there is product available in the market that is cheaper. So there are two issues there. The critical ones that are clear to me. One, each vessel that they get 30% from, we're talking about in the tune of 35 to 40 million liters on each shipment. We get 8 to 9 shipments on a monthly basis at the current market demand. You can see it's a significant outlay in terms of capital required. And in the event that these shipments do come in, allocated to the quota holder, it's in the KPC system, and for whatever reason, the market, there's cheaper product available elsewhere. That means that product is not moving out of the system. You're clogging the system. And once the system is clogged with product that cannot move, I think we all know we've just had a good taste of an environment where shortage is caused by exactly that. So what are we going to do to move this product out? Because you and I understand that the market does not have sufficient storage to hold all the product that we'd like to hold for as long as we need to. And it doesn't matter what we do today that in terms of investing in new capacity. For it to be economically viable, it has to be tied to market demand. If we are going to clog the system, we are going back to an environment of shortage, extreme demurrage because the product can't come in because it's not going out. We're going to interfere with the smooth operation of the OTS system. And so you have an entity with a significant holding of product coming in, and the OMCs that required because of the size of networks and other customers that they have cannot access sufficient product in a timely manner, then you have completely interfered with how the OTS system is designed to operate. How will we deal with this? Are we going to force these OMCs to buy from the quota holder at an extra premium? That would not be commercially very convenient or viable. A second significant issue is the quota holder, the proposed quota holder is a government entity operating in a commercial environment. This is commercial business. They need a lot of money to operate this. If for any reason they're going to keep product longer than is necessary because the market conditions keep shifting, you're putting a significant risk on this entity. That is money belonging to Anjiko, it's you and I. Why do we want to put that extra risk on them? And how do we hope to navigate around those environments where they cannot move product and they're stuck with extreme quantities which are not viable? They're going to have to make significant losses. And if you talk to all the OMCs, they'll tell you when the market conditions are tough, they actually sell products at a loss in order to keep the business moving, because they have to access cash to pay for the next cargoes coming in to keep the industry going. Will the entity be able to handle that kind of loss, and who will approve that? It's a risk that is worth talking about. I've not seen any safeguards in this regulation that guarantees that that product will be moved out timely and de-risk that clearly. But for me, the most important thing is that whatever we do, we must safeguard the OTS as it operates today. I think all manner of studies, independent and otherwise, have been done. Kenya currently operates the most efficient import process through these OTS, and I believe we've just gone through a process to clean it up even further and just signed up a new agreement. These regulations, if passed today, requires that we go through the same process again. It takes us between a year and 2 years to negotiate the terms of that OTS agreement. These terms in the regulation will have to change the OTS. I hope we are careful enough not to disrupt, especially when we're going through a major transition as onboarding the new KOT system. In my opinion, these regulations need to wait for us to stabilize the environment before you implement them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard Migo. I think we've heard you, and we'll try to respond to that one. So there is an online participant, Fannis, who is online. Let's give her or him an opportunity to give us their comments. I'll then come back to the middle row for the next person. I think our IT people can then allow the online person to give us their comments. Fannis. So there is an online participant, Fannis, who is on for him an opportunity to give us their comments. I'll then come back to the middle row for the next person. I think our IT people can then allow the online person to give us their comments.
Can you hear me?
Fannis. So there is an online Furnace, can you hear?
Hello, Furnace. You can get us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, probably really related to what Mr. Obilo, if I had his name correctly. My question is on the impact this 30% allocation from an alleged perspective will have on the rest of the oil marketers who have extensive network in the country.
Okay, is that all, Furnace?
Yes, that's all.
Thank you very much. We will respond to you shortly then. All right, so the issue is what would be the impact of a 30% allocation, quota allocation to the rest of the industry. I hope Director Engineer Kenywa, you'll be able to respond to that one. So let me have my other friend also make his input.
Thank you very much. Brian Akun, Vivo Energy Kenya Limited. Mine is a little bit technical. It's based on the commercial items and freight costs. The first clause reading all commercial terms of trade will be as determined in the open tender system. That's clause 1, that's item 4. And then finally there's a third part which says the free on board price will be based on the provisions of the open tender system. Now, I'm just trying to get, because it's going to be an act or a law, and I believe that there should be a level of succinctness to it, so to leave out any terms of ambiguity. The thought is this not a redundancy? Because if all commercial terms are already captured, then why specifically refer to a free on board price as an additional proviso in this particular item?
Which clause is that?
That should be clause 22 in the actual petroleum in the draft, but in this items summary that you have, it's item number 4, commercial terms and freight costs. 4.1 and 4.3 seems like it's a bit of a redundancy in itself. So I just believe to eliminate any chance of ambiguity or misinterpretation in the future, maybe we can consolidate them, or outrightly just remove one of them, or you can actually just elaborate what the thought process was in terms of separating them as has been done in the draft.
Thank you. I think that has had Ezra. All right. I now want to go to my right hand row. So the gentleman with us, the one in yellow stripe, yeah, you go first, and then you will go second.
Thank you. My name is Ben Chimuna from Tosha Petroleum. Mine is in regards to petroleum products quota allocation. Point number 4, subsection 3. That is on strategic stocks requirement as may be specified by the Cabinet Secretary. So my question is, on these strategic stocks, they will already be in the country. For how long back after importation? And for how long ahead will we be keeping the stocks? between the two on commercial terms on the same stocks? At what price will they be offered to the market? And lastly, on the same, in our usual engagements with KPC, we are told the current infrastructure is not enough to meet our current requirements. Where will we be keeping these strategic stocks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that one is one of the objectives that is highlighted in the regulation. And I think, Ezra, again, you will have something to say about that particular objective, because I believe there are further developments on the objective. Right. Let me get the next person. Yeah. Okay.
So my name is Martin Chomba. I'm the chairman of the Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya, and my comments are based on efficiency and the capacity of the quota holders to kind of sustain a system whereby there's a little bit of consistency in supply, because we also understand that we may not have the requisite infrastructure in terms of strategic reserves, probably which would guarantee a long-term kind of security in terms of prices and geopolitical shocks across the globe, which have a lot of impact on the kind of systems that we run in terms of guaranteeing supply security. So my issue, or rather my point of concern, is when you talk, and I think Ezra alluded to that, rightfully so, that whenever you talk about security of supply in this country, you cannot do that without taking into consideration the independent petroleum dealers, who I like calling non-franchised, because I find independent a bit subjective. The non-franchised petroleum dealers have empirically been proven to hold about 68% of the nozzle outlay across the country. So it is a significant number that one cannot afford to ignore when we're talking about security of supply. And I think that is what has informed the regulator to include in one of the subsections there, talking about that they have the priority. My concern is that priority is a bit ambiguous in my thinking, that when you say that they shall have the priority, it's a bit ambiguous, because that says, or rather that points to another possibility of when you say somebody has a priority, you also mean that somebody else behind them who could take over that. So that to me is a bit ambiguous, and given that we are no longer in the market nowadays, people are no longer selling products, people are selling efficiency. Everybody can sell product. So for that efficiency and security of supply to be guaranteed, in my opinion, there needs to be a tripartite kind of synergy between the regulator and the quota holder and the independent. And as one of my contemporary, Karanja, alluded earlier, we have to be alive as an industry to the fact that the 68% we are talking about, the nozzle outlay, are people who are, with all due concern, not of means. There are few of them who are able to have enough cash flow to commit, but the majority live on what you'd call in colloquial language hand to mouth. They buy today 2,000 liters and they supply the same. Tomorrow they buy another 2,000 liters. These people, in as much as we would want to have a formal engagement where we commit them to guarantee the quota holder that they shall evacuate that product as and when it is available, it might be a problem. And being that we are the government, the regulator is the government, I think it's only right to assume that we can bend over and reach out to them in a way. We create an environment where they are looked into that, considering their feeble financial system. So as we look at that, the first thing that we must concern ourselves is the capability of National Oil to do what we want them to do. Because in no history, we should not go back in history, but we have had scenarios whereby we would have wanted National Oil to play that rightful role. But as the concern here is, and this is what maybe you may want to, is my take home from this organization, from this symposium today. National Oil is a government organization, and the regulator is a government. So I'm conflicted as to how the government will regulate government, and in terms of coming very heavy on them, because if today these other oil marketers have issues with the supply system, the marketer can come down heavy on them. But when it is government, regulating government, I am conflicted as to how, when they default on all this, how you are able to come in and have them taken care of the way they should be disciplined. So I'm also looking at the management checks and balances within National Oil, because, and the reason why I'm talking about this is because you have put National Oil in this regulation, and if you have put them, I believe it is also comes as a responsibility of the regulator to make sure that this organization we are talking about has not only the wherewithal but also the capability, the management capability to run and compete, like my brother here alluded, that they are operating in a commercial environment. Are they able to deal with that without the government bureaucracies and the bottlenecks? Like, who is responsible? Who is held culpable in case things go wrong? So that is the efficiency will be ensured by that interplay I talked about, and that is, to me, is what we may want to do in future as we develop this regulation further. There need to be a tripartite synergy between the regulator, the National Oil, and this person that this product is designated to ensure that supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are also significant issues. Clearly, this regulation takes cognizance of the difficulties that the non-franchised players have had, especially in these times when accessing products is not as smooth as it has been traditionally. And government always comes in to address gaps. If the market was working perfectly, you don't need government. In fact, the less government you have in your life, the better you are. But government is always invited to your life when it is thought that you are unable to manage it on your own without needing help. So I think we will respond to those issues for the time being. We will have an opportunity to have one last round after we have responded to those issues. So what I'll do is to invite respondents as follows. For Joseph Karanja of KPDA, he was raising issues in relation to item 6, and I think Edward, you will respond to that one. You will also be responding to the issue on commitment to volumes once you have allocated 30%. How will you ensure that independent players actually commit to these volumes that have been ring-fenced? Because the way they operate, they can buy from anybody. So if you bring in 30% that is designated for them, will they still be committed to those volumes? That is a question actually. And then, how do you develop, either in the same regulation or in terms of enforcement, a better commitment on that quota from the targeted players? Ezra, you will define what you consider as a wholesaler from the licensing perspective. And I think that is also an opportunity for you to explain to us the difference between that and the reseller and how he would be accommodated under this arrangement. I think that was also an issue that was raised by my brother from KPDA. Bwana Ondiko VTTI has pointed out, has raised the issue on, firstly, the issue on pricing is only applicable in a deregulated market. So this regulation, if it targets price stabilization, wouldn't be effective in an environment where the targeted products are all regulated, because it is the regulator who intervenes in case the pricing environment is not working properly. Again, I think, Edward, you will probably say a little more on that one, on the issue of how do you see us migrating to a deregulated environment. Are we going to remain the way we are? Are we going to continue regulating prices into the future? And if not, what do you have a time scale? Then you need to also explain whether there is some lessons that have been learned from past experiences with respect to that category of people that are targeted by this regulation, that is the non-franchised operators. There has been situations where the market has tried to organize bringing products for them, but it didn't work. So how do we think this one will work if we are talking about the issue of security of supply and talking about finding some way in which we are addressing the constraints that they are experiencing? And then the other issue, I think, which has come in, which Ezra, I think you will respond to, is then what happens where by allocating 30%, you have products that have not been lifted. So what happens when there is clogging in the system because you have allocated 30% of the market and which is not being lifted because of whatever reason it would be? Remember, NOCU is still a commercial player. So do you have any measures within the regulation that can address that issue? And what about the issue of demurrage? Because it could come in. If the products remain in the system, you have allocated 30% allage, so there is no more allage, the products are not being lifted, new other marketers can't bring in the product. So have you considered that situation in the regulation? I think, Ezra, you can respond to that. Then the other one is the issue of, I think we have a NOC representative here. There is an issue that has been brought up, which I think it's important for NOC to say something about it. And that is the question on how to manage, how this quota is being managed from the perspective of commercial interests vis-a-vis public interest. Commercial interest vis-a-vis public interest. So the issue here is, are we sure that the two issues are accommodated within the regulation, so that you don't seem to kind of commingle the two interests, because they're varied and they're different. Another person could talk about it. I think Ezra, you also say something about that. And then I think the bigger one, which has also been raised by my friend Ondigo, is the whole issue of the safety of OTS. That this regulation could actually threaten the current operational environment of the OTS. Edward, I think you can say something about it, how you see the regulation working within an environment, within our current environment, where the OTS seem to threaten that process. If not, is there a way in which we have protected the OTS within the regulation? There is an issue that has been raised on item 21, which I will ask Ezra to also raise and respond to. Tosha talks about strategic talk requirements. I think this is an item, is one of the objectives in our regulations. Objective 3 on strategic stocks. Is it housed properly here? Should it go elsewhere? And because once you bring it here, you have then to discuss to a certain extent issues relating to strategic stocks, which I don't think is what this regulation is about. Again, Ezra, I think you will say something about that. Okay. And Bonachomba of POAC has raised the issue on efficiency of delivery of products to the targeted market, if you're going to allow this to be handled by NOC. He points out, rightly or wrongly, that the 68% of the nozzle outlay is being handled by this segment, by the targeted segment of the market. So how do we ensure that the regulation does not throw away efficiencies that arise from the competitive environment that arises when there is no ring-fenced quantities for anybody? And then how are you going to make sure players remain committed to the quota? How do they remain committed? And then what about NOC capacity? The question is NOC actually able to supply or to import 30% of these quantities today? If not, does the regulation provide for a time frame or for financing mechanism for them to be able to meet that obligation? So Edward, I think you will also say something about that. And how the regulation allows for NOC to develop responsibility associated with this regulation, because they have to develop some kind of responsibility associated with the regulation. And I think that is an issue that only NOC themselves should be able to respond to. Who is from NOC here? Who is the representative of NOC? Do we have one? Ah, good. So you should be able to highlight very briefly on how you intend then to meet your obligations under the regulation. Okay? So I think, and then there was an issue that was raised about probably providing for a tripartite agreement or arrangement between NOC, the regulator, and the targeted players with respect to the issue of this product of the 30%. I don't know, I'm not quite sure whether this one is supposed to come in as a provision in the regulation. I think it's an issue that we just need to deliberate and possibly consult a little further from the one who has raised it, Bonachomba, on what exactly your view is. Do you have a supplementary agreement between the three institutions, or are you asking EPRA to strengthen itself on enforcement so that it works better? I think it's an issue that we can have further discussion on. So on that particular issue, I don't think it's an issue of discussing it here in plenary. It's an issue we can discuss further and see how it can be accommodated. On that note, I think I will ask you, Edward, to go first.
Thank you, David, and thank you for the participants for those heavy and hard questions. We'll try to answer them in the best way possible. I think I'll give Ezra some break because he presented the regulations. I'll answer this first phase, and then the second phase Ezra will handle. The question from Karanja of Kipeda about his raised concerns about the independence or the non-franchised. I think that's the better term to use. I don't know why Martin hates independence. It's also a good name. Even in political parties, we have independence. Why? That they're buying from the spot market, which is true. And this is a risky situation, especially for an OMC. The OMCs, or the oil marketing companies, which you call importers, who are seated here, they will tell you that this business is commercial. You have a big volume that you are supplying in the country. That is true, because we have seen your distribution network is 68% of 4,270 retail stations. But when an importer gives commitment in the OTS, you all are all aware that under legal notice number 24 of 2012, that importation of PMS, which is super petrol, AGO, which is diesel, and dual purpose kerosene is done through the OTS. You can't import outside that framework. And there's a planning process that goes into the OTS. People submit their commitments in terms of the volumes they will uplift when that cargo arrives here. So if somebody gives over and above that commitment, and then when the cargo lands here, the prices go south, they increase, they are not favorable to you, the person who wanted to buy, to offtake that cargo. And then you go to their competitor and leave them, because their competitor is a few cents below the cost that the importer is offering. And then you leave them with that cargo. Do you realize the kind of financial exposure you've left them with? So it cannot be a one-way process. It's a commercial business. It has a high, it has a low. And I've been challenging most of you. Sometimes you've been making money. I'll not mention it here. When prices are favorable, independents do make money. It's allowed because it's a sine curve. You have a high, you have. But when things change, because we have a pricing regime, and then prices are not favorable to you. So even when we look at the aspect of the person importing, put yourself in their shoes. And I think at one point we gave Kipeda a license. I think you got into the same problem with your people. So it is not a one-way. Even if you are given that opportunity to bring products on behalf of the country, you would face the same issues. So us as a regulator, we are asking ourselves many times, how do we bring these volumes of independence to the open tender system? Because that is a framework allowed by law, and ensure that the process works perfectly. We are also careful not to go into commercial agreements. I'll talk about the tripartite agreement, because to me that's a commercial agreement. The parties will bear the risk. It's a commercial term. So you can't bring in government there to stand for your behalf, on your behalf, so to speak. So what we thought was we can bring independence through national oil, because if we have a law giving national oil a percentage quota allocation, then that quota allocation can help the independents get product through the OTS. It has been tried through other OMCs. I think some of them went into financial oblivion because they were left with expensive cargoes. So they had to foot the entire losses of those cargoes. And nobody else in the market, I think, is willing to take that risk. It's a risk. They call you a risky market, so to speak. And we understand where the risk is coming from. So we've left NOC now to do their own due diligence on this independence and be able to come up with some KYC of this independence and develop commercial agreements with them. They have some risk. They have to assess the risk. They come up with a commercial agreement and know what is this guarantee. It's a commercial process, so the regulator will not dictate. They will say form and manner. So we are saying whether it's a bank guarantee or you sign a contract with these people, just ensure as NOC it's a foolproof system so that they don't come and leave you with expensive material. But what we are saying, there could be instances where even a contractual relationship is broken. So if the uplift is not, does not happen and we have products being left in the KPC system, I think we will improve the regulation to the effect that that cargo now will again revert to the market, but it cannot revert to the market at a premium. It has to be OTS. The price at what it came in is what, because it is here in the country to serve a certain demand. So we won't allow a premium, and I think Susan is here, we won't allow, in case you there's a default on uplift of that cargo, it will just be reallocated to the other OMCs basis the OTS terms and conditions. What we are trying to be careful about is not to disrupt what is working for the country. Regulations and standards don't come to disrupt a working system, they come to improve it. The OTS has worked for the last 18 years or so. There's no point of us disrupting that system. So whatever NOC shall do shall always be within the terms and conditions of the OTS and the transport and storage agreement of KPC. So if they overstay in the system, then they will be subject to aging penalties. So we will not shield them as government. I think the other question was on wholesale licensing. Yeah, the current law as it is, and I think we have a council here, does not prevent us to having an integrated, somebody who is fully integrated along the supply chain from import, storage, export, wholesale. So if you want to break that chain, you can have like a partial license for export and wholesale. That means you have not met the terms and conditions for the import. But the importer, the one who's met the terms and conditions for the import license, can still wholesale. You will compete in the same market. So the law that we have allows us to license all those categories of trade. And I think they have all been categorized and separated, even in the cost of service study that we did on the pricing of petroleum products. I hope I've answered your question, Bwana Karanja. I see you are laughing, but you know where the problem is. Mr. Ondigo has asked about the issue of the history of the quota and of course the history of defaults by the independents, and I think I've handled that. It's upon the quota holder to undertake a risk assessment come up with a robust system of ensuring that their interests are protected, because operationally they will also be subject to the operational terms and conditions in the OTS agreement and also in the transport and storage agreements. And that, of course, he talked about demurrage and having shortages. Demurrage will come whereby the quota holder is not able to uplift the product within time, and also shortages because they will have taken 30% share, starved the market of the 30%, back to the market, then they are in the market. A specific period such that if the products are not lifted within that period, then the quantities will just revert back to the market, but at OTS price. We will not allow a premium to be added, because NOC denied the market that quarter with the thought that they would utilize it properly. If in case they are not able to uplift, or their people fail, their partners fail to uplift, then we can't disadvantage the market. We'll have to give them back at the price they would have accessed the same liter if it was imported through without the quota system. And I think the issue of commercial risk, I think that I have talked about. The issue of the OTS being disrupted, I've also talked about. We will not deviate from the OTS terms and conditions. They apply 100%. So even if the way we do demand projections, the way we do our bidding through the OTS, the same process will follow. It's only that priority for the allergy allocation, NOC will be given 30% before the rest is reshared with the OMCs. At that point, NOC will confirm in writing. And I think that we need to improve the regulation and say it will be in writing. It's a commitment that they are taking up that 30%. So that in case they don't utilize it, or there is a failure within the system once a product lands, then it's a commitment they'll have made to the government that they were to utilize that 30% and they didn't do it. So the sanctions will apply. And I think we've done that for 2 cargos. I think Martin is here. When there was a shortage, there is a priority allocation that was done for 2 vessels. And there is a certain quantity that was preserved for independence. So that is the way we are thinking this system will work. That you'll have a quantity which has been earmarked. So it is hived off from the total quantity of the vessel. And then this quantity that we ring fence will go to NOC. And it will serve their stations as their network in the country. And then it will also serve the independents. In terms of, I think Fanny's asked a question about the impact of the quota allocation on the rest of the OMCs. I think the normal procedures of planning of import planning will continue. So we'll have allergy allocation, we'll have bidding in the OTS, but then we'll also have scheduling meetings that goes on every now and then to monitor both the demand and the supply, so that in case there's a big disruption in terms of demand, then we can go back to the OTS and do another cargo like that, the way normal planning is done. So essentially what we're saying is that we are not disrupting what is currently working. It will continue. And then once it continues, we'll be able to cover those supply gaps as time goes by. I think there was a question from Brian. Yes, we understand. I think it is a repetition. We need to say just the OTS terms. We will not single out FOB. Because if you single out FOB, somebody might say premium and freight has not been indicated, so I can play around with it. So it is OTS terms and conditions. So I think that's an improvement we shall do. Chemweno, you talked about strategic stocks. These are a separate regulation covering strategic stocks. And I think we took it through the stakeholder process last year. So we provided for 15-day stocks. And these stocks are to be kept outside KPC system. So it is the cabinet secretary who will designate a strategic stocks storage facility through a gazette, and then the funding of those strategic stocks will be from the Consolidated Petroleum Fund. It's provided for under Section 107 of the Petroleum Act. Then that Consolidated Petroleum Fund has different sources. There are appropriations from Parliament. There are other sources of money that have been listed there. The procurement of that stock will be done through the OTS. So government, if they want to do strategic stocks, they will come back to the market and say, we need this volume. Then people will bid. The one who wins, they bring it, they store it there. So I think that regulation is elaborate even on how that product can be used in the market in case of an emergency. The CS will declare an emergency through a gazette notice. And then basically what will happen, because the CS has the obligation of reporting back to Parliament about that emergency. So after everything is done, within 7 days of the declaration of emergency, the CS will report to the House of Parliament why the emergency was declared. And I think that safeguards any issues that may happen. So I think, Martin, your questions were also around the efficiency and capacity of NOC. Maybe Susan will give us, I'll give Susan a chance just to talk about their capacity and efficiency, but for sure I know there are institutional reforms which are ongoing within NOC, and I think from a policy perspective, the ministry is also key. Security of supply becomes like a norm in this country, that it's guaranteed, the security of supply is guaranteed. And we are looking at all options and avenues to ensure that that happens. And if NOC has that avenue and they have institutional reforms, I believe it's a good avenue. This law, we have had it for the last 10 years, 12 years, I believe, from 2010. And it has been revived back, even with the blessings of Parliament themselves, because they are looking at the long term. How can we ensure that the country is sufficiently covered? So in terms of the sanctions, well, I believe one of the sanctions, of course, we will use the OTS terms and conditions, we'll use the existing laws, the sanctions we have, but that does not shield NOC. Even their directors, board of directors, and their management can be liable, regardless of whether it is government. When you are saying how can government regulate government, KPC is our licensed entity. We give them a license with conditions. And if they don't comply with those conditions, there are sanctions. So there are administrative issues that can be done. Even on the board, they can be held personally liable because they have put the country into limbo. So those things do happen, and they are there. There are provisions for that. Tripartite agreement, we will not go there. That's a commercial. Yeah, that we can support in the background through vetting and everything else, but we won't go into the nitty-gritties of commercial terms, because as we are referee, we can't get into commercial issues. I think, Susan, you can comment on your capability as NOC, but just to reiterate again that the way we have thought about this regulation is that products will be imported through the OTS. So if it's bidding for 5 cargoes, a bid is floated. If NOC is interested, they float a bid. But in the capacity per vessel, they will get a priority allocation of that 30%. And I get your point, Martin, where you are saying priority is a word we need to improve on. I think we will change that, Ezra, to mean that that product is meant for NOC's network and independence. So that when priority, it gives you some kind of some room to sell to other people. I think it is for you and the independents. I think, Susan, you can comment on your capability.
Thank you, Engineer. As you have rightfully said, that there are institutional reforms that are ongoing and that government is also keen on availing the necessary resources to make this work. Because from where we sit, why this is important is that we look at it more of as affirmative action for the indigenous Kenyan business person. Enough times when there is a shortage, they go to our principals complaining that they feel left out. And therefore this is how can we bring together every other smaller business person to be able to enjoy some level of predictability in terms of supply, first and foremost, but also prices. Some people have commented that independents sometimes will go to the person with the lowest price at that point. And one of the safeguards that National Oil sees, even in this regulation, as far as that is concerned, is that at the planning level, the gross demand remains the same. And that's why we want it to be within OTS, not outside OTS. So if the country requires, say, 3 vessels of diesel, that's the starting point. Whoever takes up that product, then we limit the possibility of oversupplying and therefore being left with product that has no off-taker. So that's one of the things that we see in the regulation, which we agree. In terms of ability to take up 30%, we want that to happen progressively. And I think everybody would agree with me that operationally, it cannot be 0 or 30. It will have to be 0 to 30% with time as we sit with independent or unfranchised operators and agree on how between ourselves and them we will off-take. We will buy on their behalf, and then they take up the 30%. So as I have said, in terms of capacity, we have been promised that, of course, every resource, and that's basically financing, will be availed because we already have now other agreements with the independents, with our own franchises as we grow. So we shouldn't be worried about capacity. And also the fact that it is happening within OTS, not outside. It's not product that will be over and above the 100% we require as a country. So we're not looking to disrupt anything. It is to enhance the opportunities available for the indigenous Kenyan to feel part of this industry, right from being an importer, quote unquote, through us, if maybe you don't have an import license, and all the way to distribution. That is what government is trying to do, to ensure that there is an opportunity availed for the person who wishes to partake of that, and that we can now consistently have that grown from a certain percentage today all the way to 30%. So if you allow me also is to note that in that case, National Oil would say that for number 5, 1, 2, all the way in terms of reallocation, then we wouldn't see that being necessary, since that at the planning level, if NOC needs 10%, that will be the number given, and the 90% will be available at that point without causing a lack to any other OMC. The 90% is immediately available before for the rest of the market. If that number grows, it will be within reason, because the first initial number of vessels required was based on our demand. So we would say then the clause is 5 should ideally then be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So you've heard it from the horse's mouth. So as we're giving a maximum of 30%, so they have leeway to participate between 0 and 30, but whatever they commit, they must uplift. Otherwise, as we will not shield. Thank you. David, I think.
The table. There were some questions that were raised online, and I think it is only fair that we also address those ones. So there is a question from Mr. Benjamin, who asks, what in case where the quota holder is not able to take up full allocation, do they have a role to award someone else, or does it revert to the OMC pool allege? I think this one is with respect to the allege. So if NOC consistently is unable to take up the percentage, and I think that's an issue that has already been responded to by our colleague from NOC. But the issue is, shall we be reviewing the allege on a regular basis based on NOC's capacity to cap that allocation?
Maybe I can comment. I think what the person is asking is whether, in the principle of fairness, if that quota is not utilized, can it be transferred? And our thinking was it will not be transferable. It will revert back to the pool.
All right, I think that's okay. So then the question, there is one from Engineer Kimandi of Timothy Mbaki Engineering Solutions. So what he's asking is, on the issue of gas jetties, EPRA as a regulator is boarding after the act that when jetties are already built. So this one I think we will shelve it up to the time when we are asking questions on jetties. Let's go to the next one. From Mr. Wesamba, when are we going to have a petroleum sector where all stakeholders are given opportunities to operate? Why are you protecting NOC? Is there another question after that? Right.
Thank you. NOC is a commercial arm it's a commercial arm, but of course NOC is owned by government, and it's common practice across the world that governments sometimes they want to have a grasp on the supply situation of their country for security reasons. If you look at national oil companies of other countries, they are very strong, and some have even extended their wings. They become like international oil companies. So it's in that spirit that NOC was formed. Previously, they were formed to ensure the stability in prices before the price regulated regime. Then there was the question of ensuring security of supply. And if you look at NOC stations, most of them, there was deliberate effort to take them to the unreachable areas so that they could also ensure products are supplied to those areas. So it's a deliberate government policy, but that only applies to national oil. The rest of the market operates in a fair and equitable manner. And in fact, apart from this additional capacity that NOC has been given, all their other terms and conditions, including licensing conditions, they are applied across board. So it's not, and even for this quarter, you've heard us very clearly saying we will not protect NOC to some level. They'll only get that priority, but if they fail to utilize it, then we apply all the other terms and conditions of the importation process and their license. So that is what I can say about that question. Thank you.
So I think we have made some progress on that particular regulation. It may well be that there might be somebody with further comments that they feel they still wanted to them responded to. We'll give only just two people, so that we can be able to also deal with the upcoming or the next regulation, because I think the next regulation is also fairly weighty. So did I see a hand there? All right. So one there and one there, and then we will close this one, so that the rest of the questions can be presented as submissions to EPRA. Like I said, we will have an opportunity to present you, or we will give you an address where you can bring them for consideration. So let's have those two. So I'll start here.
Okay, thank you, David. I'll be quite brief because of time. The first item I want to present.
So first, introduce yourself so that you get to know.
My name is Stephen Michelle from Galanal. Now, there is item 3.2 on petroleum products quota allocation. That reads, the petroleum products quota allocation shall be imported by the National Oil Corporation of Kenya. On that, my request, based on the clarification we've been given by Engineer Edward, maybe under definitions we may need to qualify the definition of importation, or rather import, because OTS has the person who wins the tender as the importer, but every participant, every OMC within that ship is an importer as well. So there's need to clarify, on that, so that it's not vague.
Yeah.
So that is one. Number two, I would want to really ask the question of a very critical obligation by OMCs, and this is the obligation in terms of mine fuel. It is common knowledge that every OMC is required to put in 1 million liters in the system to assist the system operate, and in a circumstance where 0 to 30% of that is going to the quota holder, then it's only fair to other OMCs that they take up that obligation of line field. Otherwise it will be commercially unfair for a company like Galanal to be sponsoring National Oil on line field. That needs to be taken. There is something that was mentioned about the allocation of the unused import quota through the open tender system. To us, we take that as a risk because we import products.
You can use this one.
So I was saying we import products in the future. Like now, the coming tender will be looking at products, July, August, and where somebody has, a personal company visibility that maybe prices will be crashing, then they can cherry pick on when to participate and when not to participate. And that's why we have rules under OTS where you cannot cherry pick when to play and when not to play. So to us, as for us. And I'm happy that this was also mentioned when we were talking about independence, where you bring product for a certain entity and they fail to take it, and you are left burning fingers with the losses. I think that needs to be looked at. Then the other issue is the impact of this scenario in our export local market. As you are aware, we supply between 35 to 40% of our products to neighboring countries. My perception is that the 30% is going to local. So the question of how will this impact into our diplomatic relations with our neighbors in terms of the entire value chain. So those are my issues, but finally, Chair, I'm a student of economics, and my perception of the recent shortage of product was not a shortage of molecules. We had vessels in Mombasa incurring demurrages of up to 10, 11 days. So it's not that the value chain didn't have molecules to supply, but from where I sit as a student of economics, I think first the announcement by the Minister for Health that kind of corona was over, so even people who were working home, they came back to the office and there was a spike in demand. Two, the economy of Uganda was also opened, so spike of demand, and the system was not feeding itself as it were prior to the pre-COVID timelines. So I feel also as we make these comments, we also need to look at historical currencies. We had the toll regime at KPRL. We had the merchant regime. We also made our comments times like this. But by the end of it all, the merchant regime became even more expensive by 9 shillings than the refined product. So let's also be students of history, and we have no problem not being allocated the 30%, but as players in the industry, all we are asking is a level playing ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So last comment.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Susan Gasharu from Total Energies. Mine is more of a comment rather than a question, and it's in regard to a question that had been asked earlier on what this regulation how it would impact on other OMCs. And I felt I didn't want us to leave this room comfortable with the answer that was given by both EPRA and NOC, that because this proposal will be basically operating within the terms and conditions of the OTS, that there would be no impact. There was that implication or implied comment that there would be no impact as the OTS will not be disrupted. What I wanted to mention is, or remind us, is that today the imports we are doing into the country are more based on capacity than demand. And capacity today is constrained. We have sat in many meetings with Kenya Pipeline, and I don't want to speak for KPC, but it's more or less agreed that the capacity we have is not sufficient to meet demand for the local and regional market. So KPC is advising us on the import quantities based on the capacity they have. It's already not enough as we speak. So when we now hive off 30% to allocate national oil, yes, it will have an impact to the rest of us, a big impact, because we're having to divert from the normal KOT imports that we have. We try to supplement and bring cargoes through SOT, These are smaller ships, they're more expensive, the freight and premium rates are high, sometimes the demurrage rates are high. So as we deliberate on how this will be rolled out or implemented, we need to know that it will have a major impact on the other OMCs. And also maybe the government could consider, in the event KPC's plans on enhancing capacity are not in the short term, how can we make better use of the private facilities? We have VTTI in Mombasa, we have Petro City at Konza, we have many private terminals at the Shimanzi area. How can we make better use of this? Can we connect these facilities to make sure that they are included in the global?
Thank you very much, Susan. I think we have had you. Edward, I don't know whether you will quickly respond to the Galana issue so that we can go to the next regulation, because Susan's is actually a comment which I think is helpful in improving our thinking on the regulation, but does not necessarily require a response.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Stephen and Susan. I know you are industry heavyweights, so you understand the supply chain very well. So in terms of that clarity on the word importation, I think that we agree it has to be, no product will be imported outside the OTS system. So the way it stands now, it's like NOC will be importing a cargo on their own, which might bring some lacuna. So that will be clarified. In terms of line film, well, we know this is governed by the Transport and Storage Agreement of KPC, but of course, this capacity sharing is connected to it anyway. We know the more you move through the system, the higher volume of line fill you're supposed to give. But this, I think, will give special consideration, because we know 30% is a very huge quantity. And because it's government policy that NOC gets that capacity for issues of security of supply, then I think it's between us and KPC to sit and the market and see the best way out of not over-punishing them. Because if you tell them to take over 30% line fill, you're also killing them. You understand that? Yeah, so that is a negotiation that has to be done. Because on one hand, government is saying we want to empower these guys. But if we start telling them your obligation for line fill has tripled or maybe gone up by 5 times, then they might also suffer that commercial risk. So in that aspect, I think there's some debate that needs to be undertaken between KPC, ourselves, and the market. I think that's on an operational level. The reallocation of this unused capacity, I think, yeah, you have raised it, Stephen, that there might be cherry picking. And basically, if prices are favorable, you see NOC is taking the capacity, and then if they are not, they are not taking the capacity. I think that's something we can also think about, how to shield it. We have not provided for that specifically, but it is something that we will look at and see how we can provide for it. This 30%, yes, because allege is just given as capacity. You are not told whether it's export. It's you to decide which is export and which is local. It will have a serious bearing on our export, but again, as I said first, and I'll connect this with Susan's question about the impact, we'll also take, before we finalize this regulation, we'll do a thorough regulatory impact assessment. And that now we'll talk to things of like the export market vis-a-vis local, and what happens to your export market, what happens to your local market being OMCs in Kenya. And I believe will also involve you. This will be like an involved process that will also involve industry. But what our quick answer to that was, we will continue doing our planning as usual, our monitoring as usual, and in case there's a supply gap, then that has to be dealt promptly, whether through additional cargoes or anything of that sort. The biggest problem would come in because the capacity is fixed and your import is based on that capacity. Someone clogs the system. I think the penalties for not lifting of this quota must be very hefty, so that we kind of compel National Oil, when they are making that commitment, they are very sure about it. So we will provide for a hefty penalty, which might include even suspension of their license or something. We will look at ways of removing them. The way the OTS says, if you don't honor obligations, you cannot participate as a seller for some time. So if they will not lift that quota, then it will mean we can put a provision that quota, they will lose that quota for the next many months or maybe a year or something. So that penalty has to be there, so that at least when somebody is committing, they know it's serious business. So that's what I can say about it. I hope, Susan, I've addressed your issues with the Musheru. We will do a thorough regulatory impact assessment to see, before we operationalize this regulation, to see the impact to the system. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we will, for the time being, go to the next regulation. Like I have said, I can see there is still some interest in discussing issues around this one. So don't feel discouraged. We still want to invite you to give us those in the form of presentations. We will take them on board. Because it's now almost, it's tending to past towards 1, and we have the management of jetties, the draft petroleum jetties regulations. This one, as you had correctly heard, is a regulation that is intended to define how we are going to be managing our jetties, and is a new regulation. So we are inviting you in the same manner that we have done the other one to give us your representations and your comments. And this time I'm starting with this. Again, we go 2 comments or 2 questions from this wing. Who goes first? So that gentleman. The next one? From this side? All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Mech. I come from Petro City. Just an issue of clarification on the issue of jetties. And if I heard well in the introductions, is that it was very clear that they are privately owned jetties and they are government owned jetties or KPA owned jetties. And it is not very clear in these regulations what we are trying to address. Are we addressing all the jetties, or are we addressing the KPA owned jetties or government owned jetties? And if you are addressing all jetties, then we need to look at the responsibilities. Looking at, for example, on item number 4, in these regulations, the responsibilities of KPA are to A, own and maintain the jetty facilities. Are these only the government jetties or all jetties? I'm talking about jetties like Agol jetty. I'm talking about the KOJ jetty in Kisumu and any other jetties maybe in Shimanzi. Are they responsibility of KPA? Linked to that, looking at number 7, if you look at clause number 7, it also talks about the DMJO, the designated marine jetty operator, shall maintain the marine jetty and terminal facilities. Yet before you've already said this is a responsibility of KPA. I think there is a conflict in the regulation. There are so many other conflicts in this. But if you can look through them one by one, it would really assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being that brief. I think you are well heard. There is no one else from your side? All right. So this row. Yes, my brother. One more from this. Yes, there is a person at the you see that one? Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Patrick from Rubis. A few points on the jetty regulations, petroleum jetty regulations. It's more on the, if I start with the definition, Mr. Chair, and one of the points I'll just clarify is the definition on laycan, okay? Whereby I'll say the laycan is the time that is available for, you just say, if I read, laycan means the period of time in days during which a scheduled vessel must discharge cargo. If you look at the international practice, Mr. Chair, the laycan is not the time that the vessel must discharge must discharge the cargo. Rather, it is a time that the ship has been committed to arrive, you know, so that the lay time that you are talking about, if you say lay time of 48 hours, okay? Sorry, if you take so the laycan is full definition is lay time cancellation. So the laycan should be from the time of arrival, not the time of discharge. So you're saying the laycan 48 hours should count from the very first day that you committed the ship to arrive. If it is a not 2 days like we see in Mombasa, the ship can come in Mombasa, stay in the waters for 10 days, and will only discharge after those 10 days. So the laycan is from the first day that the ship has arrived. The second point I want to bring to your notice, Chairman, is the issue of the if I look at the clause 415 in the old regulations that we had shared initially, not the summary I've given, they say that time allowed by a marine jetty operator to discharge a vessel shall be a maximum of 48 hours at KOT and 68 hours at SOT, commencing 6 hours after a little notice of readiness to discharge. Now, the definition there, how you put it is not correct. It is notice of readiness of arrival, so that you count the 48 hours or 60 hours immediately the ship has arrived, not after discharge, because you know there's a lag between arrival and when the ship is going to discharge, because there's an exposure here in terms of who is handling the ship. Now, clause 15 subclause B, where you're saying that the demurrage rate will be 50% because of maybe the facilities at the jetty are not have not been maintained in proper working order, and where you exempt the DJMO for breakdown of machinery, fire explosion. It is the expectation, and you know Kenya is in the international league that whenever you make a commitment, it has to flow through to the last course. So much so that it is expected that the DGMO will have an obligation and will ensure that the facility is up and running at all times, so that you don't inconvenience ships that have come, and say the importer will have to incur the demurrage regardless of whether the facility is working. So the expectation is that You say the ship comes today, the facility should be working, and you don't then pass the other 50% to the importer, because there's an exposure there on the who is going to be handling the ship. I think those two are the ones that I've been able to quickly go through, because I was thinking today we are only dwelling on quota allocations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think that is, those are very useful comments, Ezra. I hope you are noting them.
Hello, my name is Mary Kahura from Agol. Just for clarity purposes, the regulations are not clear, the extent to which they apply to the LPG business. And then secondly, there's a reference to licensing of DMGOs, but that is not clear how that's going to be done. So maybe you can clarify.
Thank you very much. So you have not addressed yourself to LPG, although it is one of the, it should be provided under the regulation. And what about licensing for the DMGO? I want to come to this side. Yes, the gentleman in the back. One more. Someone else from this row? All right.
Thank you. My name is Okanga Anjichi from Allspill Mutual Aid Group. I have a few comments on the jetty regulations, and I would like to tie in with what the other commenters have said, that the regulations are not clear. It seems to me that they were trying to address the new KOT and in a minor way also try to address the other jetties and yet fail to address all. So for me, I think it is important, if we have to get these regulations clear, we have to understand the parties involved at a jetty so that we regulate all the parties and their relationships, their obligations and responsibilities. So the way the regulations have been set up, you can clearly see, even as an example of one of the commenters, some of the responsibilities have been allocated with a specific player in mind, but not in general. So if we look at the players, the vessel, the jetty owner, the DMJO, the user, and the shore terminal operator, in some instances, this will be actually five different parties. In some instances, those two roles will be held by one party, and in some instances, they will be held by, four roles will be held by one single party. So to give an example, for example, if you look at the KOT, the new KOT, we have KPA as the jetty owner. It also owns the cargo infrastructure, the cargo handling infrastructure. But the operator might be a different one, maybe KPC, maybe someone else, maybe the users might settle on someone else. In future, KPA might also develop its own internal capacity to handle, to operate, to do cargo operations. So in essence, what I'm saying is,
allocating things like maintaining of the jetty structure, maintaining of the jetty infrastructure, pipelines. We don't know who is doing what between the owner and the operator, and that can be outlined clearly as that relationship between the jetty owner and the DMJO, recognizing that they could be different, also they could be the same person. So I think for me, it's just that getting that overall architecture right first, then the rest will fall into place, then we can review the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonakanda from Osmag. I think you couldn't have put your concerns better.
Area to determine who is going to participate as users, apart from the currently as were the KPC, the users should be licensed. Yeah, yes.
Thank you, David. It's a very quick one. Mine is just to ask on very important parameter. The introduction of the DMJO, does it increase the costs of the price build-up as currently constituted? So we would be happy to get an answer on that. Then number 2 is just a comment. And maybe just to add on what my colleague has mentioned, jetties are by and large operated based on the bathymetric requirements, and the custodian of this is KPA. So our comment on this is something we've said even in the past. We would request as much as possible EPRA to, as they constitute these regulations, to be very clear on the clarity in terms of the roles of each of those, whether the DMJO and KPA, because looking at them, it's like they seem intertwined. And as you know, hydrocarbons are very sensitive, so we would request that there be no gray areas in terms of the operations of these two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are now in a position to respond to those issues. They are fairly straightforward, Ezra. So we have issues from Petro City. I just want to confirm that you have noted the issues. If there's something you have missed, you can tell me to bring it out. So there are issues from Petro City, there are issues from Patrick of Rubis, there are issues from Agol, you have them. Osmag has raised some issues. We have issues from Quality Petroleum, or an issue from Quality Petroleum. And we have the last issue that has been raised, two actually, one on cost, the other one on the role of the DMJO versus KPA. Yes. Sawa. us come and respond to them then.
Okay, thank you so much for those insightful comments. So I'll start with the first one, which was raised by our senior in industry, Mr. Peter Mecha. So, and this maybe may apply to others. On issue of the application of this regulation is that it applies on all regulations, whether currently in place or to be built in future. So it applies to all, whether you call it private, public, they have to follow these regulations. So maybe out of that then comes the question on the responsibilities, basically clarity of responsibilities between the people who are intended to be affected. So there's KPA, and maybe you also rightly mentioned KOJ and AGOL. As it is now, I think by law, Zainab is here from KPA, may clarify. KPA is responsible for operations of all harbors in the country. It has been there since time immemorial. So that has not changed and it still continues. Where EPRA is coming in under the Petroleum Act is that there's a specific requirement when you're handling petroleum. Petroleum, as you know, is likely to pollute the marine environment. So that is the area we are trying to address that has been left unattended to for a long time. If this was dry cargo, probably will not mind much, but because now you're talking about potential of oil spill, potential of massive fires if it occurs at the port, and of course subsequent interruption of receipt of petroleum products, especially when you're talking about Likoni Channel, then that is where we have to come in. So now, is KOJ affected? Yes, KOJ will also be required to be operating under this regulation. AGOL, I know you may, for the time being, be private, but of course there's also some agreement between you. So yes, they're all subject to these regulations. In regards to whether there will be conflict, maybe we can propose further clarification on it, but we look at KPA as a landlord for that particular, for all harbors. Then you have, in some cases, they have built infrastructure. So that is the jetties, the piers and all that. Then in some cases, you have the oil marketing companies who have put up pipelines, loading arms and the like. Between the operator and the KPA, they'll have a one-to-one relationship. So they'll agree on, of course, the operator pays some amount to KPA, and that is it, and they know how they'll handle that contract. Now, between the operator and EPRA, you'll have a license. So that is where we come in. We'll give you conditions for operating. So this particular kind of arrangement is not a new arrangement. It's also, we have similar ones also in the energy sector, where you have somebody who owns the infrastructure and somebody else who operates, and the responsibilities for each one of them. So the operator basically is responsible for what we call operations and maintenance items. So essentially what you're supposed to do is to ensure that the equipment is ready for use, and it is, of course, it meets all the safety requirements. So maybe that is something we can still clarify further, but we don't foresee conflict either between us and KPA, neither do we foresee any difficulty between the DMJO taking his responsibility. As it were, as a matter of fact, this is already happening, only that it is not properly documented. There's a comment by Patrick Mutiga on definitions. I think we'll get back to you to get more clarity on this. But of course, we don't want to bring a definition that will conflict with the practice. Then also on the issues of hours, I think it was also raised by the industry, and probably you are privy to this. We'll also get back to you on that. Now on the issue of damage, I think we can also consider, but we were foreseeing that probably that could also have gone beyond the responsibility of the DMJO. So it was probably trying to be fair on both sides where applicable. But of course we are open to it. If at all we determine that the operator will bear it in full, then we can consider, or if we'll consider waiving it in full based on the circumstances, then maybe we'll advise accordingly. A question also was raised by Ms. Kahura on whether it applies to LPG, and I think I've clarified it applies to LPG as well. The DMJO will be licensed by EPRA. If that is not clear again, we can still clarify and put more provisions on how the licensing regime will be carried out. So the other question was raised by Okanga, and I think it is more or less how we can make it more clearer that this is not just about the new KOT, but also applicable to all other jetties. What I would like to clarify is that the DMJO is basically the person who operates. Maybe I give a good example for SOT, where you have multiple users. There is that company that is appointed from time to time, I think on rotational basis, to try and coordinate the operations at SOT. So basically we are giving him more recognition, but over and above that we are giving him a bit of responsibility to ensure that some of the functions expected of him in the regulations is carried out. But of course, as I said, KPA still retains their role. I know there could be difficulty in resolving some historical issues, especially for KOT, but I believe it is something that can be mutually agreed upon. Mr. Issa has raised an issue of how whether will the operator determine who will be the users. I think from the onset is that EPRA licenses all importing companies. Then thereafter, it's just the obligation of that importing company to enter into a handling and discharge agreement with the DMJO. So with that, I think it's not a difficult issue. I think this happens also with how transportation by pipeline is done. You're licensed at onset by EPRA, then you're expected to enter into a transport and storage agreement with KPC. So it should not be difficult. It works, and even for hospitality arrangements that you may have with other users. So the last one by Mr. Msheru on the issues of costs. As EPRA, we don't expect increased costs because it's already provided for in the pricing structure. We have the handling and discharge component in our tariff. So this should not unnecessarily increase the costs. But of course, where it is justified, like for example, we have the new KOT, I'm sure there could be other additional costs over and above the norm. Remember, they also have a long stretch of over 1 kilometer of undersea pipeline. This may increase some costs, especially when you're looking at return on investment of that infrastructure. I'm not saying it will increase, but this will be subject to EPRA reviewing what has been submitted, and then we make a determination on what is the right tariff to be applicable for that infrastructure. I think for the roles I've mentioned on what is expected of the DMJO as well as KPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra, for those clarifications. There is only one thing I need to indicate here, and that is that this regulation will still has some work to be done on it. And as Bwana Okanga has mentioned, there may be some areas that will need further clarity, and there may be further elaboration on responsibilities that will need to be incorporated in the regulations, which I think the team is committed to relooking again at, including the possibility of contradictions. Contradictions will certainly have to be eliminated, and they will be eliminated based on the inputs you will be giving us. Nobody intends to have a regulation that is unimplementable because either it is inconsistent with other laws or is contradicting a section, one section contradicting the other section in terms of provisions. That I can assure stakeholders that it's not going to happen by the end of the process. So in terms of ensuring that we have identified all the roles, I think we will need to look again at what is provided for and see how we can work on making sure that everybody knows exactly their placing in terms of the provisions in the regulations. One of the things, of course, that Ezra and Edward, you will need to be alive to, of course, is the issue of that regulations should not bring in extra costs. If they are making the process or the value chain more expensive, that is something that we will need to address comprehensively so that we don't seem as though we are introducing new costs in the value chain. I am sure that is an issue again that we will be discussing in further deliberations on the regulations. So, is there somebody with a very burning issue that you felt you needed to bring out? Because we are just about to finalize this part. I can see one person. Any other person? All right. Just the two. That person and my colleague from Petro City. And then...
Yes, thank you. My issue of clarification, and I think it's never, we've always been discussing it and it never got a due attention, is the issue of these people that we say they are not able to commit when they are given product. I think EPRA and other stakeholders may want to do a study and understand these people. Understand that we are not talking about people with the capacity. They are able to turn over funds that are considerable. They live, their business is very subsistence. They are akin to the very popular person nowadays called Mama Mboga. if you tell a mama mboga guy to commit to uptake a certain volume of mbogas coming from a neighboring country or elsewhere, it may not be tenable. So we are talking about, whenever we talk about the inability, Sir Edward, for us to commit to the supplier, we are not talking about a person who owns a petrol station probably that turns over about 5,000 liters a day. We are talking about a person who turns over about 200, 300 liters of PMS in a day. So that person may not have the capacity to commit that they will take a certain quantity. But we must look at this peer person in relation to the value they play, the role they play in the distribution chain. Because what happens is that this person is in the very interior place. So that person makes sure that the guys with the motorbikes do not come to the towns, as I've said earlier. So this person is also very, very important at where they are, and that's why what I was alluding to, us as the regulator, leaning back to see how we can accommodate them, cognizant of the fact that they may not be able to commit to that person. So that issue of cherry picking does not come into play. It is fully understood, but the truth of the matter is that that person will always cherry pick. And the reason why they cherry pick is because they make 200, 300 shillings per day, and that forms their livelihood. But they are very, very important. They are integral to the... So these people rely on me and Mr. Karanja and the other people who we call resellers. So that my truck that has has compartment of 2,000, 2,000 or 1,000, 1,000 distributes to them. So I cannot commit on their behalf, because what I do is that I'm a distributor. So I pay for what they have paid. I take them what they have paid. So I don't know how we are going to do that, but we may need to look at it in a very comprehensive manner, so that when we are talking about the independent, we put a clear distinction, because even as the outlay of the OMCs, the capacity differs. You see an OMC who can bring in a whole vessel, but there is another OMC who can only bring in maybe 1 kiloton, but they are equally very important in the distribution chain. It is the same when you talk about the non-franchised. They are non-franchised who have a few stations and they can plan adequately for a whole month. But they are the many of them, they are the bulk of the distributors in the villages. Those are the guys who are not able to commit for any volume, and actually they wait for the volume in Aisha, then they tell you, nimebakisha 100 liters, you replenish. That person cannot commit to any OMC, but we have to, because they are Kenyans and they are playing in the industry, we have a responsibility. I believe we have a moral responsibility to make sure that they stay on board, and maybe we commission a study that can look into how, and that's why I was talking about the synergy. I know as a regulator you are just like a policeman. You cannot tell a policeman to do an agreement for you, but we can have you look at me and look at this other person and be the arbiter and tell this other person you may need to give these concessions, and you tell me, look, understanding my economic status, the concessions that you think are tenable for me to give, so that we can have at that uninterrupted market, because we have established it is very, very important. Maybe the other thing I want to say is just to thank the regulator, because we have worked very closely. You realize when we have those issues, last month but one, we gave a proposal to the table and you took it seriously, and when you guys took it seriously and allocated as that 20 kilotons of fuel, we were able to see that those people are well taken care of, and we had issues subsiding. Maybe what we may want to look is, and is what you are trying to, is how we can continue that and probably streamline it better. So those are my concerns.
Thank you very much, Omba. Okay, so one last, a closing, more or less
Thank you very much. Mine is just sort of a comment which I just want to leave us as to us as a homework. Because when we start talking about commitment to these volumes again, several times that we have sat down to discuss because, as the engineer said, he has given us a license to import products, but our partners, our potential partners, our financiers are worried of commitment to this volume. When we try to check why does it happen like so, I want to put it here because we have really tried to look for a way out. What happens is that the big companies, when they have already supplied their dealers with products and then they have surplus, they treat this surplus product as a weapon to kill the small importers. That is when they are able to sell even at cost. Now subjecting the small importer to that kind of very unfair competition, because now the market that you are targeting is the same, is these independent people. That means you disrupt their focus. You make them to lose their commitment to where they ought to be buying, such that now they come to you because you are able to sell. Already you have made your profits by selling to your dealers, supplying your networks. Then the surplus, now you use it, you just want to dispose it, and then you can sell it even at cost or even below cost, subjecting now to the other small importer now to a very unfair situation. And this is when now you derail the commitment. You make those independents now come to you and they cannot commit to wherever they wanted to buy. I'm fearing for National Oil because if they're going to take up this volume, then Total thinks of, I want to dispose this volume. Then NOC will remain with your product. And I think this is where the EPRA should now come in and try to regulate this this is what is happening at the ground. Thank you.
I think that couldn't have been more clearer, that a regulation of this nature will need a lot of, you'll need to midwife it and put in mechanisms that can make it work. We are coming to the end of this session. You have given us a lot of input and ideas that can improve the two regulations. We will, in a summary, ask one of us to come and highlight what those issues that are of your concern are, as we move towards finalizing the issues. I did not want to ask engineer to respond to those last issues because he will also be on the table to close the sessions and may want to take that opportunity to respond to those last comments together with the summary of the issues that will have been raised by our colleague. And therefore I want to invite Council Bwana Mahenia to come and give us a summary of the issues you have raised. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The energy levels are that low, and I'm the one standing between you and your lunch. How we were conducting this, we were conducting it as IEBC. So we have the manual and the electronic input of what you have provided. Na saa ile nilikuwa Mombasa, nilipitia mahali Waswahili walikuwa naongea. Nikasikia wakisema wahenga. Nikauliza mwenzangu, wahenga ni nani? Kaniambia ya kusikiza. nikasikia wakisema ukiona vyaelea jua vyaundwa, so that when you'll be seeing the head of the gazette in terms of the regulations which will come out, know they have gone through the necessary processes. There are those who submitted their comments area. We still have them. We are still reviewing them for purposes of incorporation. Na mimi kama wakili wa kampuni, I'm here to assure you that your input will be taken on board when we are finalizing the regulations. And without much ado, this is a summary of what you have provided. There are issues which have been highlighted on the challenges which may arise during the uplift of the product. Those we have taken into account. Then there were concerns on are we moving to a deregulated phase in terms of implementation of the quota regulations. And also there were issues to do the finances, the high capital required in terms of financing this quota allocation to the quota holders. Have we taken that into account when we are formulating these regulations? Then there were concerns that these regulations should not come to interfere with the operation of the OTS in the event that what happens in the event that quota holder is not able to move out the product. Will there be disruptions? Then even we had online participants, the impact of the 30% on the other marketers. Then there were issues to do with the wordings of Regulation 4 of the quota regulation in terms of the commercial terms. Are there duplications? We need clarity on that. That's something we will have to look at. Then there were issues on strategic stock, and it was clarified that there are regulations governing that aspect of strategic stock. Then the issues of infrastructure constraint were highlighted, I think from Shoba, and the security of supply. And there was a concern on the wording of the priority. Will there be other uptakers in case of the quota holder is not able? So there was need to clarify and look at those wordings. The issue of NOC has been repeated not once, not twice. And there were concerns that it being a government entity, with the regulator also being a government entity able to reign on NOC. And mimi kama wakili nimesoma Energy Act, and it provides the regulator should take independent decision. I can see some of you looking the other one of whether we take this independent decision. We do. And as it was clarified, NOC is just like any other player, the way we regulate the pipeline. And if there are breaches, it can't escape the sanctions. Then there were concerns on equal opportunities. There are participants online who said that all parties should be able to participate. There should be no party which seems to be getting advantage over the others. Then the issue of line fill came in, and that in law there is something we call equity, and it says who comes to equity must come with clean hands, and he who seeks equity must do equity. So they are saying you can't get a quota and then also want to be excused from the line fill. Yeah, so that's one of the concerns. And also the implementation of quota allocation in such an efficient manner to avoid the cherry picking in terms of pricing. It has been repeated quite a number. And also how to take into account the private storage capacity already in place. That's about the quota allocation regulations. When we go to jetties, there is this concern that actually it's what came out. We need to be quite specific, and the regulation need not be a bit general, so that all the obligations of the parties, the DMJO, the KPA, and the others, as they were highlighted, I think they were highlighted to be almost like 4 or 5 parties in these transactions. Their roles need to be clearly specified to avoid a gray area, because that's where disputes will be arising from. So that's something which will be looked when we are reviewing your comment and rewarding the regulations. There were concerns from the participants on the definition of laycan, and the same needs to be quite looked at. The issues to do with the licensing of the MJU came into place from OSMAC on which jetties are targeted, and as we had, we didn't have specific, like there are those will be left out. It was all jetties are subject to the regulations, and this will be clearly provided in the regulations. Then there was concerns on criteria on the users, and the same will be clarified. And in terms of the petroleum prices are already too high, with the introduction of other parties resort to increased in price build-up. Those are things which was clarified that we will take into account. Then there was this big concern, and the person didn't want to say the target entity. It was, quote, the people, and it was repeated severally. So the people who are not able to commit for the uptake of the product, how are you going to address their concern, being quite players in the industry who can't be ignored? That's something we will take into account. And the issue about market disruption by the big companies compared to small company, in terms of will the quota process lead to price war, resorting to elimination of some players in the market. So those are some of the concerns which were raised, and we will get to look at all of them. And the submission of comment has not yet closed. I think there is the contact details through which you can still provide additional information, and we look at that. Asante sana. But also I was told there was a criteria for getting a meal card. It was depending on who has asked a question. So the person who has asked many questions, you see them because they will be having several meal cards. Thank you.
So the relevant contact addresses for comments that you may wish to submit are the ones that have been screened there. So please take them, and whatever other representations you may have may be sent to any of the offices, including the contacts for the regional offices. You know, EPRA nowadays is devolved, so we have a number of regional offices where you can also submit your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David and Robert, for that session. We've come to the tail end of the program, and before we end, I want to thank all of you for being very attentive, and again for finding time to be with us here today, because this regulation is not EPRA's, it is for us, the sector. So once again, thank you. Thank you to the media for coming to provide coverage, and to the Kenya Institute of Special Education, who have been providing sign language services. Thank you very much for being with us all through. Last but not least, thank you to Sarova Stanley for keeping us here since we started. We've not had any incidences, and for that we say thank you. We will have our lunch on 5th floor. We'll take the lift or the stairs on the left side of the building after this. But before we close, I want to invite Engineer Edward again to provide the closing remarks. And then I will also ask the gentleman who prayed for us when we were starting to come and pray for the food. And then thereafter, we will be able to have our lunch. So once again, thank you very much and have a good afternoon. At this point, I want to ask Edward to provide closure. Thank you.
So thank you, Immaculate, and mine is also to thank you again. I think we've had some very good discussion, and of course, having developed those regulations as EPRA, we stand to be corrected in the areas that you've raised. We will look at them, we'll have a detailed inflection and see what we can reach to those provisions too, before we forward the regulations to the next level. Of course, as per the regulation making procedure, once the board approves a final draft, then it will proceed to the CS of petroleum, and from there it will be sent now. Once it is approved by the CS, it goes to Parliament again. There's a committee on delegated legislation which shall look at it. But as Robert has rightly put it, the time for comments is still on. You can submit your comments in written form. We will consider all the comments, including the ones we've received previously. And I think we'll continue working together with you as our stakeholders, even in future development of other regulations. I think last year we did 11 regulations. This year we've done 2. We still have a lot to develop in terms of regulations under the Petroleum Act. And I look forward to your cooperation in future, even as we do future regulations. With that, I'll thank you and I wish you lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, can we arise and thank the Lord for the day? Let us all bow our heads. Almighty Father, we thank you for this afternoon. We thank you for all that we have achieved this afternoon since morning, Almighty Father. You have been with us in all. And we thank you for all that we have achieved, and we thank you for all the lives which are under this roof this afternoon. As we depart from this shade, Almighty Father, where you have kept us up to this hour, we ask you to grant us the journey mercies as we go out of this home. And as we take our meals, Almighty Father, we ask you to bless it. In the almighty name, I pray and believe.